Journal entry number 23rd, 17th November, 1895.
As I sit in my study this evening, the fire crackling softly in the grate, and the familiar sounds of London settling into sleep drifting through my window, I find myself compelled to record what may have been the most peculiar case Holmes and I ever encountered aboard a moving conveyance, one where the rhythmic clatter of wheels on rails provided the only constant in a mystery that seemed to shift and transform with each mile we travelled north, and where a man's desperate attempt to escape his past would teach us both that sometimes the most elaborate deceptions are undone by the simplest of oversights. Little did we know, when we boarded the midnight express to Edinburgh on that fog-shrouded October evening, that we would awaken to find ourselves investigating an impossible disappearance from a locked compartment, where the only witness was a smashed pocket watch and the only clue was a set of muddy footprints that defied every law of physics and common sense. And certainly, neither Holmes nor I could have foreseen that the solution to this baffling mystery would reveal a truth so human, so desperately relatable, that even my consulting detective friend would find himself moved to unexpected compassion for a man whose crime was nothing more than the perfectly understandable desire to begin his life anew. The journey to Scotland had been arranged at rather short notice, Holmes having received an urgent telegram from the Chief Constable of Edinburgh, requesting our assistance with what he described as a matter of the utmost delicacy involving certain members of the nobility. The telegram had arrived on a Tuesday afternoon while Holmes sat in his familiar chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin, lost in what I had come to recognise as one of his periods of intense mental activity. When Mrs. Hudson brought up the yellow envelope, he read it with the quick, darting eye movements that indicated his mind was already racing ahead to possibilities and complications. "Pack for 3 days, Watson," he said without preamble, rising from his chair with that sudden energy that always marked the beginning of a new case. "We leave for Scotland tonight. The 11:47 from King's Cross, the midnight express. Sleeping car compartments have been arranged." I folded my evening paper and regarded my friend with a mixture of anticipation and mild resignation that had become second nature after our years of partnership. "May I ask the nature of this urgent summons? Or shall I, as usual, discover our purpose upon arrival?" Holmes's grey eyes held that particular gleam that indicated a problem of unusual interest. A rather delicate matter involving Lord Pemberton's youngest son, though the specifics remain deliberately vague. The Chief Constable's telegram suggests scandal carefully contained, but one senses currents beneath the surface that may prove far more turbulent than appearances suggest. We spent the remainder of the evening preparing for our journey, Holmes packing his travelling chemistry set and magnifying glass with the methodical precision he brought to all his preparations, while I gathered my medical bag and sufficient clothing for what might prove to be an extended stay in Scotland. There was something almost ritualistic about these preparations, a familiar dance of departure that had preceded so many of our adventures together. The fog that evening was particularly thick, one of those dense London particulars that seemed to muffle not just sound but thought itself. As our hansom cab made its way through the eerily quiet streets toward King's Cross Station, I found myself reflecting on how many times Holmes and I had set out into such atmospheric uncertainty, never quite knowing what we would encounter, but always confident in our ability to face whatever mysteries awaited us. King's Cross at nearly midnight presented a scene from some industrial Gothic novel. Great clouds of steam rising from the engines like spectral phantoms, gas lamps creating pools of yellow light that seemed to struggle against the encroaching darkness, and passengers moving through the haze with the purposeful urgency of those embarking on night journeys. The station possessed that particular energy of departure, that sense of transitions and transformations that seems to characterise all great railway terminals. The midnight express to Edinburgh stood at platform 7, its dark green carriages gleaming wetly in the gaslight, steam hissing from beneath its wheels like some great mechanical dragon preparing for flight. It was one of the newer trains, fitted with the latest in passenger comfort and safety features, including the sleeping car accommodations that would prove so crucial to the night's events. Holmes and I made our way through the narrow corridor to our reserved compartments, passing other late-night travellers who moved with the quiet consideration appropriate to those preparing for sleep. Our compartments were adjacent, modest but well-appointed spaces with fold-down bunks and small washing facilities. The train's interior had that particular smell of new leather, polished wood, and coal smoke that characterised the finest railway accommodations of our era. As we settled into our respective quarters, Holmes knocked softly on the thin wall that separated our compartments. "Sleep well, Watson," he called quietly. "Tomorrow promises to present us with challenges that will require our full attention and clearest thinking." I arranged my few belongings in the small storage space provided and prepared for what I hoped would be a restful night's journey. The compartment's single window looked out onto the platform, where final preparations for departure were being completed with the efficient choreography that marked the finest railway operations. Guards checked door locks, porters loaded final pieces of luggage, and the station master consulted his pocket watch with the gravity of a man responsible for keeping the entire British Empire running on schedule. The train's departure was announced by a sharp whistle that cut through the fog like a knife, followed by the subtle lurch and gradual acceleration that marked our transition from stationary waiting to purposeful forward motion. I pulled down the window shade and settled into my narrow bunk, listening to the rhythmic clatter of wheels on rails that would provide the night's constant soundtrack. Sleep on trains had always come easily to me, perhaps a legacy of my military years, when the ability to rest under less than ideal conditions had been essential for survival. The gentle swaying motion and steady rhythm seemed to have a naturally soporific effect, and I found myself drifting toward unconsciousness, even as my medical mind automatically catalogued the various sounds and sensations of night travel by rail. It was somewhere in the early hours of the morning, that dark period between midnight and dawn when the human spirit seems most vulnerable to anxiety and uncertainty, that I was awakened by a sound that didn't belong to the normal symphony of train travel. It was a muffled thump, followed by what might have been a cry of alarm, though the noise was so brief and unclear that I wondered if I might have dreamed it. I lay still for several minutes, listening intently for any repetition of the sound, but heard only the familiar clatter of wheels and the occasional distant whistle as we passed through some small station without stopping. The train was maintaining its steady pace northward, and all seemed well with our progress through the Scottish border country. Yet something about that brief disturbance had awakened my medical instincts, that sensitivity to sounds of distress that years of practice had honed to an almost supernatural acuity. I rose from my bunk and pulled on my dressing gown, deciding to make a quiet investigation of the sleeping car corridor to ensure that no passenger was in need of medical assistance. The corridor was dimly lit by a series of small gas lamps that created pools of yellow light separated by stretches of deep shadow. The train's motion was more noticeable here in the narrow space, requiring careful attention to balance as I made my way slowly from compartment to compartment, listening for any sounds of distress. Most of the compartments were silent except for the gentle sounds of sleeping passengers, quiet breathing, the rustle of bedclothes, an occasional snore. It wasn't until I reached the far end of the car that I encountered anything unusual. The compartment at the very end showed no light beneath its door, and when I pressed my ear against the wood, I could detect no sounds of occupancy whatsoever. This struck me as odd, as I distinctly remembered seeing a gentleman enter this compartment earlier in the evening. A well-dressed man of middle years who had nodded politely as our paths crossed in the corridor. Surely even the soundest sleeper would produce some audible evidence of presence. I was debating whether to knock quietly when Holmes appeared beside me, moving with that cat-like silence that never failed to surprise me, despite our years of partnership. He was fully dressed, his keen eyes alert and focused. "You heard it too," he said softly, and it wasn't a question. "A thump and possibly a cry," I confirmed. It woke me completely, though I can't say precisely what it was. Holmes nodded toward the silent compartment. Mr. Reginald Hartwell, according to the passenger manifest I examined earlier, boarded alone at King's Cross, appeared nervous and preoccupied, carried only a small valise, and seemed particularly concerned about the security of his compartment lock. I shouldn't have been surprised that Holmes had already catalogued the passengers and their characteristics. Such thoroughness was typical of his approach to any new environment. What did surprise me was the intensity of his interest in this particular traveller. You suspect something amiss. I suspect many things, Watson, but concrete evidence remains elusive. However, the complete absence of any sound from an occupied compartment strikes me as worthy of investigation. Holmes produced his lockpicks from his waistcoat pocket with the practised ease of someone for whom locked doors represented suggestions rather than barriers. The compartment lock yielded to his ministrations in a matter of seconds, and we stepped quietly into the darkened space. The first thing that struck me was the complete absence of any human presence. The compartment was unoccupied, the bunk unslept in, yet personal belongings were scattered about in a manner that suggested hasty departure or struggle. A small leather valise lay open on the floor, its contents spilled across the narrow space. Papers were scattered everywhere, and in the centre of this chaos lay the remnants of what had once been an expensive pocket watch, its crystal face smashed and its hands frozen at 2:17. Holmes immediately began his examination of the scene with the methodical precision that characterised all his investigative work. He moved carefully through the small space, his magnifying glass appearing as if by magic, his sharp eyes cataloguing every detail with the systematic thoroughness of a natural historian examining a new species. Curious, Watson. Very curious indeed. I knelt beside the scattered papers, noting that several appeared to be unfinished letters, written in the same hand but addressed to different recipients. The handwriting was hurried, almost frantic, and several letters had been started but abandoned after only a few lines. Holmes, these letters appear to be attempts at explanation or confession. Look here. My dear Margaret, I can no longer continue this deception, and this one, to my beloved children, forgive me for what I am about to do. Yet none are completed. Holmes had turned his attention to the compartment's window, examining the frame and mechanism with particular care. The window's unlocked, Watson, and shows signs of having been opened recently. Note the condensation patterns on the glass and the slight displacement of the curtain. You think he might have thrown himself from the train? It would explain the disappearance certainly, but several factors argue against such a conclusion. Observe the pattern of the scattered belongings. They suggest struggle or hasty search, rather than the deliberate preparations one might expect from someone contemplating self-destruction. As Holmes continued his examination, I found myself drawn to one particular letter that had been crumpled but not completely destroyed. Smoothing it carefully, I read, "My dear friend, by the time you read this, I will have disappeared entirely from the life you knew. The man you called Reginald Hartwell was never real, merely a construction, a desperate fiction created by someone who had lost everything and saw no other path forward. The debts, the scandal, the threats that arrived daily, all of it became unbearable. But I could not continue to involve innocent people in my deceptions. Tonight I begin again, with a new name, a new identity, a new chance at the life I should have lived from the beginning. Do not look for me. Do not mourn the man who never truly existed. Remember instead whatever small kindnesses I may have shown, and forgive me for." The letter ended there, the sentence unfinished, the confession incomplete. "Holmes," I said, passing him the crumpled paper. "This suggests our missing passenger was planning a deliberate disappearance rather than suicide. But how does one simply vanish from a moving train?" Holmes read the letter with his characteristic speed and concentration, his grey eyes moving rapidly across the hurried handwriting. When he finished, he folded the paper carefully and placed it in his waistcoat pocket. "The question of method becomes paramount, Watson. Let us examine what physical evidence tells us about Mr. Hartwell's departure from this compartment." What followed was one of the most remarkable demonstrations of Holmes's investigative methods I had ever witnessed. Working in the confined space of the railway compartment, he began to reconstruct the events of the previous hours with the precision of a scientist conducting a laboratory experiment. First, he examined the scattered belongings with his magnifying glass. noting the pattern of their distribution and the nature of the items themselves. The valise was opened hastily but not randomly, he observed. Notice how certain items, documents, personal papers, anything that might identify our traveller, have been specifically removed, while clothing and personal effects remain untouched. Next, he turned his attention to the broken pocket watch, examining not just the damaged timepiece itself, but the pattern of glass fragments around it. The watch was not simply dropped or thrown down in haste. He concluded it was deliberately smashed, and at precisely 2:17. Given that we heard the disturbance at approximately that time, we can assume this represents the moment of departure. Most intriguingly, Holmes's examination of the window revealed traces of mud on the sill. Fresh earth that had no business being inside a railway compartment travelling through the night. This becomes more curious by the moment, Watson. How does Scottish soil find its way into a sealed compartment on a moving train? As dawn began to break over the Scottish countryside, our train continued its steady progress toward Edinburgh, but Holmes and I found ourselves absorbed in a mystery that seemed to defy rational explanation. The missing passenger had vanished completely, leaving behind evidence of planned departure, but no apparent means of escape. It was as we stood examining the muddy windowsill that a soft knock at the compartment door interrupted our investigation. The train's conductor, a solid Scotsman named Macready, appeared in the doorway with an expression of considerable concern. "Begging your pardon, gentlemen, but I've been doing my rounds and noticed this compartment door standing open. Is everything quite all right?" Holmes and I exchanged glances before I stepped forward to handle the initial explanation. "I'm Dr. Watson, and this is my colleague Mr. Holmes. We're travelling to Edinburgh on police business, and we have reason to believe something may have happened to the passenger assigned to this compartment." Macready's weathered face grew grave as he surveyed the chaos within the small space. Mr. Hartwell, that would be. Seemed a nervous sort when he boarded, kept asking about the security of the locks and whether anyone else had access to the compartments during the journey. "When did you last see him?" Holmes inquired. "Shortly after departure, sir. I checked all the compartments around midnight to ensure passengers were settled for the night. He was in his bunk then, though he seemed wakeful and anxious. Asked me twice about the schedule and what time we'd be reaching Edinburgh." Holmes nodded thoughtfully. "Have you noticed anything unusual during the night? Any stops, delays or disturbances?" "Nothing out of the ordinary, sir. We've maintained schedule perfectly and made only our usual brief stops for water and coal. Haven't let anyone on or off since London." This information only deepened the mystery. If the train had made no unscheduled stops and no passengers had been allowed to disembark, how had Reginald Hartwell managed to vanish so completely? Holmes requested permission to examine the exterior of the railway car, and Macready, though clearly puzzled by the request, agreed to arrange access when we reached the next station. In the meantime, my friend continued his methodical investigation of the compartment, paying particular attention to details that would have escaped my notice entirely. He discovered, for instance, that the compartment's small wash basin showed signs of recent use, but not for washing. Traces of what appeared to be theatrical makeup lingered around the drain, along with snippets of hair in a distinctly different colour from that worn by the man we had observed boarding the train. "Our Mr. Hartwell was making preparations for a transformation," Holmes observed, holding up the evidence with his tweezers. "False whiskers, hair dye, and what appears to be stage makeup designed to alter facial features. This suggests not impulse but careful planning." As we pulled into the small station of Berwick-upon-Tweed for a brief water stop, Holmes immediately requested access to the exterior of our car. What he found there only added to the mystery's complexity. On the roof of the sleeping car, directly above the missing passenger's compartment, were clear, muddy footprints leading from the window area toward the rear of the train. The prints were fresh, made sometime during the night, and showed a distinctive pattern that Holmes immediately began to sketch in his notebook. "Remarkable, Watson. Our vanished passenger appears to have climbed onto the roof of a moving train in the middle of the night. But to what purpose, and where did he go from there?" The footprints led to the rear platform of our car, where they simply stopped. There was no evidence of anyone jumping or falling from the train, no indication of where the trail might continue. It was as if Reginald Hartwell had simply evaporated into the Scottish night. As our journey resumed and the sun climbed higher over the rolling hills of the border country, Holmes retreated into one of his periods of intense concentration. He sat motionless in the corridor outside the empty compartment, his fingers steepled beneath his chin, his grey eyes focused on some point in the middle distance that existed more in his mind than in the physical world around us. I had learned to recognise these moments of synthesis, when all the scattered evidence would suddenly arrange itself into a coherent pattern, visible only to Holmes's extraordinary analytical mind. The duration of these contemplative periods often correlated directly with the complexity of the problem at hand, and the fact that this one continued for nearly an hour suggested that our mystery was proving particularly challenging, even by Holmes's standards. It wasn't until we were approaching the outskirts of Edinburgh, the ancient castle visible in the distance atop its rocky promontory, that Holmes suddenly emerged from his reverie with the decisive energy that always marked the moment when confusion crystallized into understanding. "Watson, I believe I now understand how our friend Mr. Hartwell managed his remarkable disappearance. The method is both ingenious and remarkably simple, though it required careful planning and no small amount of physical courage. You've solved it?" "I believe so, though confirmation will require investigation at our destination. Tell me, what do you know about the regular freight service between London and Edinburgh?" The question seemed to come from nowhere, and I struggled to understand its relevance to our passenger's disappearance. "I know that goods trains follow the same route as passenger service, though often on different schedules. Why do you ask?" "Because, my dear Watson, I believe our Mr. Hartwell may have transferred from this train to another during the night, using a method that would have been invisible to the conductor and guards, but left exactly the traces we have discovered." Holmes went on to explain his theory with the logical precision that made his solution seem inevitable once revealed. The muddy footprints on the roof, the smashed pocket watch marking the exact time of departure, the theatrical makeup and disguise materials, all pointed to a carefully orchestrated plan. Consider the geography, Watson. During the night, our route passed through several sections where freight trains heading north run on parallel tracks. At certain points, particularly through the border country, these tracks run close enough together that an agile person might transfer from one moving train to another. But surely such a manoeuvre would be extraordinarily dangerous. Certainly, but desperation drives men to extraordinary measures. Our Mr. Hartwell was clearly fleeing something he feared more than death itself. The unfinished letters speak of debts, scandal, and daily threats. For such a man, the risk of leaping between moving trains might seem preferable to whatever fate awaited him in his current identity. As we pulled into Edinburgh's Waverley Station, Holmes had already formulated a plan for testing his theory. The city's railway yards would contain records of all freight traffic during the previous night, and a careful examination of parallel track sections might reveal additional evidence of our passenger's daring transfer. The Chief Constable of Edinburgh, Inspector MacDougall, met us at the station as arranged, but Holmes immediately altered our plans by requesting a thorough investigation of freight train schedules and the examination of any goods wagons that had arrived in Edinburgh during the early morning hours. "I believe you may find," Holmes told the inspector, "that one of those freight cars contained evidence of an unauthorised passenger, along with the theatrical props needed for a complete transformation of identity." Inspector MacDougall, a shrewd Scotsman with deep-set eyes and a greying beard, listened to Holmes's theory with the careful attention of a professional law enforcement officer. When Holmes had finished his explanation, the inspector nodded slowly. "It's a remarkable theory, Mr. Holmes, but it assumes that our missing passenger had detailed knowledge of freight train schedules and track layouts. How would a man like Hartwell acquire such specific information?" Holmes smiled with the satisfaction of someone whose theory was holding up under examination. "That, Inspector, brings us to the heart of Mr. Hartwell's true identity and the reason for his desperate flight from London." What Holmes revealed next would prove to be the key to understanding not just the method of disappearance, but the motivation behind it. Through his careful examination of the abandoned letters and personal effects, he had pieced together a picture of a man living under an assumed identity, desperately trying to maintain a fiction that had become impossible to sustain. Reginald Hartwell was actually Thomas Morrison, a former railway clerk who had embezzled funds from his employer and fled London under a false name 3 years earlier. His knowledge of train schedules and track layouts came from his previous legitimate employment, while his current identity was an elaborate construction designed to allow him to start fresh. But the past had caught up with him, as it so often does. His creditors had discovered his true identity and were threatening exposure unless he paid debts he could never hope to clear. Rather than face ruin and imprisonment, Morrison had planned one final transformation, a complete disappearance, followed by the emergence of yet another new identity. The freight train transfer was the key to this plan. By timing his departure to coincide with a northbound goods train on parallel tracks, Morrison could vanish from the passenger train while boarding a freight car that would carry him to Scotland. Once there, he would use his theatrical disguise materials to emerge as an entirely different person, one with no connection to either Reginald Hartwell or Thomas Morrison. The pocket watch was smashed deliberately to mark the exact time of transfer, Holmes explained as we made our way to the railway yards. He needed to record the moment for his own reference, perhaps to establish an alibi for his new identity. The theatrical makeup and false whiskers would allow him to completely alter his appearance before emerging from the freight car. Inspector McDougall's investigation of the freight yards confirmed Holmes's deductions with remarkable precision. A northbound goods train that had passed our route during the night was found to contain clear evidence of unauthorized human occupancy in one of its covered wagons. Theatrical makeup containers, hair clippings and discarded clothing were discovered, along with a small mirror and a razor. Most tellingly, the freight car also contained a complete set of new clothing and identification papers bearing the name William Macpherson, suggesting that Morrison's transformation was not improvised but carefully planned well in advance. But what of the man himself? I asked as we examined the evidence in the railway yard. If Morrison successfully transferred to the freight train and completed his disguise, he could be anywhere in Edinburgh by now, living under his new identity. Holmes's expression grew thoughtful as he considered this question. That, Watson, brings us to the single oversight that will unravel his entire elaborate scheme. He led us to a small pile of personal effects that had been left behind in the freight car, items that Morrison had apparently discarded as unnecessary to his new identity. Among these was a leather wallet containing several items that Holmes examined with particular interest. Here, he said, holding up a small photograph, is the detail that will prove our Mr. Morrison's undoing. The photograph showed a young woman and 2 children, clearly a family portrait of some sentimental value. On the back was written, in the same handwriting we had seen in the unfinished letters, "My dearest Margaret and the children, Edinburgh, 1893. Morrison's family, Holmes observed, and they live here in Edinburgh, which explains his choice of destination. Despite all his careful planning and elaborate deceptions, he could not bring himself to disappear completely from those he loves. He came to Edinburgh not to begin an entirely new life, but to be near his wife and children under a new identity." Inspector McDougall nodded with understanding. "And that gives us the means to find him. A man can change his name and appearance, but he cannot change his heart. He'll find some way to be near his family, even if he can never acknowledge them." What followed was not the dramatic confrontation typical of our criminal cases, but rather a patient surveillance operation based on Holmes's understanding of human nature. If Morrison was indeed in Edinburgh to be near his family, he would inevitably find ways to observe them, even if from a distance. The family lived in a modest house in the Stockbridge area of the city, and Inspector McDougall arranged for discreet observation of the area. It took less than 24 hours to spot William Macpherson lingering near the children's school at dismissal time, his theatrical disguise unable to completely conceal his true identity from Holmes's trained eye. The arrest was quiet and dignified, conducted with the understanding that Morrison's crime was motivated by desperation rather than genuine criminality. As Holmes had suspected, the man was deeply grateful to be caught, the strain of maintaining multiple false identities having become unbearable. "I never meant for it to go this far," Morrison confessed as we sat in Inspector McDougall's office. "The original embezzlement was meant to be temporary, just enough to cover some gambling debts. But one deception led to another, and soon I was trapped in a web of lies that grew more complex every day." His story was a sadly common one. A man of limited means who had made foolish choices and then compounded them in desperate attempts to avoid the consequences. The false identity of Reginald Hartwell had served him well for 3 years, but maintaining the fiction required constant vigilance and increasing amounts of money. When my creditors discovered who I really was, they demanded payment I simply couldn't provide. I thought if I could disappear completely and start over once more, I might finally be free of the past, but I couldn't bear the thought of never seeing Margaret and the children again. Holmes listened to this confession with the careful attention he brought to all aspects of human behaviour. When Morrison had finished, my friend leaned forward with an expression of unexpected compassion. "Mr. Morrison, your method of disappearance was both ingenious and remarkably executed. The transfer between moving trains required considerable courage and precise timing. Had you not been driven by the understandable desire to remain near your family, you might well have succeeded in vanishing entirely." Morrison looked up with surprise. "You almost sound as if you admire what I did." "I admire the ingenuity and planning, certainly, and I understand the desperation that drove you to such extremes, but I'm afraid admiration cannot alter the legal consequences of your actions." Inspector McDougall, who had been listening to this exchange with interest, cleared his throat diplomatically. "Mr. Holmes, might I have a word with you privately?" What passed between Holmes and the inspector during their brief conference, I was never to learn completely, but when they returned, McDougall's expression had grown considerably more sympathetic to Morrison's plight. "Mr. Morrison," the inspector said, "your case presents certain complications that may work in your favour. The original embezzlement occurred in London, outside my jurisdiction. The theatrical disappearance from the train, while irregular, doesn't appear to constitute an actual crime. Your unauthorised travel on a freight train is a railway violation, but hardly a serious offence." Morrison looked confused. "I don't understand. Are you saying I'm not to be arrested?" "What I'm saying," McDougall replied carefully, "is that your case requires coordination with London authorities, and that process may take some time. In the meanwhile, you might consider using that time to make arrangements with your creditors, and perhaps seek legal advice about resolving your situation through proper channels." It was, I realised, a remarkably humane resolution to a case that could have ended in far harsher consequences. Morrison was given the opportunity to return to London voluntarily, work with authorities to resolve his original crime, and hopefully rebuild his relationship with his family through honest means rather than continued deception. As we prepared to return to London ourselves, Holmes reflected on the case with his characteristic analytical detachment, combined with an unusual degree of human sympathy. "Morrison's scheme was nearly perfect, Watson. Had he been content to disappear completely, abandoning all connection to his previous life, he would almost certainly have succeeded. His downfall was entirely human. The inability to sever emotional ties even when survival demanded it. Do you think he'll be able to rebuild his life?" "I believe he has a chance, provided he can resist the temptation to solve his problems through further deception. The courage he showed in planning and executing his escape suggests inner resources that might be directed toward more constructive purposes." Our return journey to London was considerably more peaceful than our northbound adventure. The Midnight Express South departed Edinburgh at the same late hour, carrying us through the Scottish border country under clear skies that revealed the countryside we had passed unseen during our earlier mystery-filled voyage. As I settled into my compartment for the night, I reflected on the unusual nature of this case. We had encountered no murder, no violent crime, no sinister conspiracy, merely a man driven by desperation to extraordinarily creative attempts at escape from his circumstances. Yet in some ways, Morrison's story had proven more complex and challenging than many of our more dramatic cases. The psychology of identity, the power of human attachment, the lengths to which ordinary people will go when faced with seemingly impossible situations, all of these elements had combined to create a mystery that was both ingenious and profoundly human. Holmes's solution had been typically brilliant, combining careful observation of physical evidence with deep understanding of human motivation. But what struck me most about the case was his compassionate response to Morrison's plight and his apparent satisfaction at helping to arrange a resolution that offered hope for redemption rather than mere punishment. The rhythmic clatter of wheels on rails provided a soothing soundtrack to these reflections, and I found myself thinking about the nature of identity itself. How much of who we are is fixed and unchangeable, and how much can be consciously altered through will and determination. Morrison had succeeded in maintaining false identities for years, becoming so convincing in his roles that even those close to him had been deceived. Yet ultimately, the deeper truths of personality and attachment had proven impossible to escape. His love for his family had drawn him back to Edinburgh despite the risks, and that same emotional authenticity had made his various deceptions unsustainable in the long term. There was something both tragic and hopeful in this recognition. Tragic because it suggested that we cannot simply reinvent ourselves at will. Hopeful because it confirmed that the most important aspects of human nature are not so easily discarded or abandoned. Sleep came gradually as our train carried us south through the night, but it was peaceful sleep, untroubled by mysterious disappearances or impossible puzzles. The midnight express to Edinburgh had presented us with one of our most unusual cases, but also one that ended with the possibility of genuine human redemption. When I awoke the next morning, we were approaching London in the pale light of dawn, the familiar outskirts of the great city appearing through my compartment window like scenes from a half-remembered dream. Holmes was already up and dressed, standing in the corridor with his keen eyes focused on the passing landscape. "A successful journey, Watson," he said as I joined him, "both in terms of the mystery solved and the human outcome achieved. Do you think Morrison will be able to make good use of the opportunity he's been given?" Holmes considered this question with his characteristic thoroughness. "I believe he will. The same intelligence and creativity that made his escape plan so ingenious should serve him well in finding legitimate solutions to his problems, and his obvious love for his family provides the motivation necessary for genuine reform." As our train pulled into King's Cross Station and we prepared to disembark, I found myself grateful for the case that had taken us to Scotland. Not only had it provided an excellent demonstration of Holmes's analytical methods, but it had also revealed aspects of his character that I didn't always have the opportunity to observe. His compassionate understanding of Morrison's situation, his willingness to work with Inspector MacDougall to arrange a humane resolution, and his evident satisfaction at helping to provide a chance for redemption, all of these suggested depths of feeling that Holmes rarely displayed in our more typical criminal investigations. The morning air of London greeted us with its familiar mixture of coal smoke, horse-drawn traffic, and the general bustle of the great city beginning another day. As we made our way back to Baker Street, I reflected on how many times we'd returned from adventures in distant places, carrying with us new understanding of both human nature and the methods by which truth might be discovered. Mrs. Hudson welcomed us back with her usual combination of maternal concern and practical efficiency, having prepared a proper English breakfast and freshly brewed tea that tasted infinitely better after our days of railway dining car fare. "I trust your journey was successful, gentlemen," she inquired as she bustled about our sitting room, restoring order to spaces that had been unoccupied for several days. "Indeed it was, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes replied. "We encountered a mystery that proved both challenging and ultimately quite satisfying in its resolution." As we settled into our familiar chairs by the fireplace, surrounded by the comfortable disorder of our shared lodgings, I felt that particular satisfaction that comes from problems well solved and human needs compassionately addressed. The case of the Midnight Express had reminded us that detection at its finest serves not merely to expose wrongdoing, but to understand the complex motivations that drive human behaviour. Holmes spent the remainder of the morning updating his files with detailed notes about the case, including his observations about railway security, the possibilities for unauthorised train transfers, and the psychological factors that had motivated Morrison's elaborate deception. "This case may prove useful for future reference," he observed as he wrote. the method of disappearance was sufficiently innovative that it might well be attempted again by others facing similar circumstances. I found myself hoping that future desperate individuals might find less dangerous and complex solutions to their problems, but I understood Holmes's point about the value of documenting unusual criminal methods for potential future application. Around midday, we received an unexpected visitor. Inspector McDougall had arrived in London on the morning train and requested a brief meeting to provide an update on Morrison's situation. "I thought you'd be pleased to know," the inspector reported, "that Morrison has made contact with London authorities and is working to arrange restitution for his original embezzlement. His former employer has agreed to accept gradual repayment rather than pressing for immediate prosecution, particularly given Morrison's voluntary surrender and obvious remorse." Holmes nodded with evident satisfaction. "And his family situation?" "Ah, that's perhaps the most encouraging development. His wife Margaret had suspected for some time that her husband's disappearance 3 years ago was not what it seemed. When Morrison finally told her the truth, she expressed relief at understanding what had really happened. They're working toward reconciliation, though it will take time to rebuild the trust that was damaged by years of deception." This news provided a deeply satisfying conclusion to our Scottish adventure. Morrison's story, which had begun with desperate deception and dangerous escapes, was evolving into one of genuine redemption and the possibility of restored family relationships. "There's one more thing," Inspector McDougall added with a slight smile. "Morrison asked me to give you this." He handed Holmes a sealed envelope addressed in the same handwriting we had seen in the abandoned letters from the train compartment. Holmes opened it and read silently before passing it to me. The letter was brief, but heartfelt. "Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, I cannot adequately express my gratitude for the compassion you showed in my case. Your solution to my disappearance was brilliant, but your understanding of my motivations was even more remarkable. You saw through my deceptions to the desperate man beneath, and yet you helped arrange a resolution that offered hope rather than mere punishment. I have learned that true escape from one's problems comes not through elaborate schemes and false identities, but through honest confrontation of one's mistakes and the hard work of making amends. Your example has shown me that justice and mercy need not be opposing forces. With deepest respect and gratitude, Thomas Morrison." Reading this letter, I felt a warmth of satisfaction that was quite different from the intellectual pleasure of a cleverly solved puzzle. Here was evidence that our work had contributed not just to the resolution of a mystery, but to the genuine improvement of human lives. Holmes, too, seemed moved by Morrison's words, though he characteristically deflected attention from the emotional aspects of the case. "An interesting application of deductive methods to a problem of human desperation rather than criminal intent," he observed. "It suggests possibilities for using analytical techniques in service of rehabilitation rather than merely punishment." Inspector McDougall took his leave shortly after, but not before expressing his hope that future collaborations between London and Edinburgh authorities might benefit from the precedent established in Morrison's case. The possibility of treating certain crimes as symptoms of underlying problems rather than simple moral failures represented a progressive approach that both Holmes and I found encouraging. The remainder of that afternoon passed quietly, with Holmes absorbed in his chemical experiments and me catching up on medical journals that had accumulated during our absence. Yet I found my thoughts returning repeatedly to the events on the Midnight Express and their broader implications. Morrison's case had demonstrated how easily a person's life could spiral out of control through a series of seemingly small compromises and deceptions. His original embezzlement had been relatively minor, motivated more by poor judgment than criminal intent, but each subsequent lie had required additional deceptions to maintain, until he found himself trapped in an increasingly complex web of false identities. The psychological toll of maintaining such elaborate fictions must have been enormous. The constant vigilance required to remember which identity he was supposed to be, the isolation that came from being unable to form genuine relationships based on truth, the gradual erosion of his sense of authentic self. All of these factors had contributed to the desperation that drove him to attempt such a dangerous escape. Yet Morrison had also demonstrated remarkable resilience and creativity in his various schemes. The planning required for his train transfer had been meticulous, and the execution had required considerable physical courage. These same qualities, directed toward legitimate goals, might well enable him to rebuild his life successfully. As evening approached and Mrs. Hudson prepared our dinner, I found myself reflecting on the nature of identity and the possibility of genuine personal transformation. Morrison's theatrical disguises and false papers had enabled him to appear to be different people, but they had not changed his fundamental character or emotional attachments. His love for his family had persisted through all his deceptions, ultimately drawing him back to Edinburgh despite the risks. This constancy of deep feeling, even in the midst of elaborate lies, suggested that some aspects of human nature are indeed unchangeable, or at least resistant to conscious manipulation. There was something both humbling and encouraging in this recognition. Humbling because it suggested limits to our ability to simply reinvent ourselves at will. Encouraging because it confirmed that the most important aspects of our humanity, our capacity for love, loyalty, and genuine connection, are not easily destroyed even by our own worst choices. Holmes emerged from his chemical work as dinner was being served, his long fingers stained with various reagents, but his mood apparently improved by whatever experiments he had been conducting. "Watson," he said as we took our places at the table, "I've been thinking about Morrison's case and its implications for our future work. The methods we use to solve the mystery of his disappearance might be equally applicable to helping people who find themselves in similarly desperate circumstances." "You mean using detection to prevent crime rather than simply solve it?" "Precisely. Consider how much suffering might have been avoided if Morrison had been able to seek help when his problems first began to spiral out of control. Most people who resort to desperate measures do so because they cannot see any other options, not because they are inherently criminal." This observation opened up an entirely new perspective on the potential applications of Holmes's analytical abilities. The same skills that enabled him to unravel complex criminal conspiracies might be used to identify and address the underlying problems that drive people toward desperate acts. It would require a different approach to client relationships, I mused. Instead of being called in after crimes have been committed, we would need to identify people at risk before they reach the point of desperation. Indeed, and it would require a more comprehensive understanding of human psychology and social conditions. The ability to read physical evidence would need to be combined with insight into economic pressures, family dynamics, and the various factors that contribute to personal crisis. The idea was intriguing, though I wondered about the practical challenges of implementing such an approach. How would one identify people at risk of making desperate choices? What kind of intervention would be most effective? And how could help be offered in ways that would be accepted rather than rejected? These questions occupied much of our dinner conversation, leading to a wide-ranging discussion about the relationship between individual choice and social conditions, the role of shame and pride in preventing people from seeking help, and the various ways that communities might better support members facing serious difficulties. Holmes's analytical mind was clearly engaged by these possibilities, and I could see him beginning to formulate theoretical frameworks for understanding and addressing the kinds of problems that had driven Morrison to his elaborate deceptions. The key insight from Morrison's case, he concluded, is that prevention requires early intervention. By the time someone is desperate enough to attempt such extreme measures, the underlying problems have usually become far more complex and difficult to resolve. As we retired to our sitting room for the evening, I found myself grateful for the way our Scottish adventure had expanded my understanding of both Holmes's methods and their potential applications. The case had demonstrated that detection at its finest involves not just the solution of puzzles, but genuine insight into human nature and compassionate response to human need. The fire crackled softly in the grate as Holmes settled into his chair with his pipe, the familiar ritual marking the transition from active investigation to quiet reflection. The evening light filtering through our windows had taken on the golden quality that characterized late autumn in London, and the sounds of the great city settling into night provided a comforting backdrop to our thoughts. "Holmes," I said, as I arranged my own chair closer to the fire, "do you think we might actually receive cases where people seek our help before resorting to desperate measures? It seems to me that most people would be reluctant to reveal their problems to strangers, especially problems that might involve illegal activities. Holmes drew thoughtfully on his pipe before responding. An excellent point, Watson. The stigma attached to certain kinds of problems does indeed prevent people from seeking help when it might be most effective. However, I believe there are ways to overcome this reluctance. He went on to outline his thoughts about establishing a more accessible form of consultation service, one that might allow people to seek advice anonymously or through intermediaries. The goal would be to provide early intervention before problems reach the point where desperate measures seemed like the only option. Consider Morrison's situation 3 years ago, Holmes continued. Had he been able to discuss his gambling debts and financial difficulties with someone capable of providing practical advice, the entire sequence of deceptions might have been avoided. Instead, shame and fear of exposure drove him to solve his problems through theft, which only created larger problems requiring more elaborate solutions. The conversation reminded me of my own medical practice, where I had often observed how patients' reluctance to discuss embarrassing symptoms or behaviours sometimes led to conditions becoming far more serious than necessary. The principle of early intervention was equally applicable to both physical and social ailments. There would need to be absolute confidentiality, I observed. People would need to know that seeking help wouldn't result in immediate exposure or legal consequences. Precisely. And there would need to be practical resources available, ways to address financial problems, mediate family conflicts, provide temporary support during difficult transitions. Detection and analysis are useful only if they can be followed by effective action. As the evening progressed, our discussion evolved into a more systematic consideration of how such a preventive approach might actually be implemented. Holmes's methodical mind began to organise the concept into discrete components: identification of at-risk individuals, assessment of underlying problems, development of intervention strategies, and coordination with existing resources for ongoing support. The railway companies, for instance, he noted, might be willing to train their personnel to recognise signs of passengers in distress. Morrison's nervous behaviour when boarding the train was clearly observable to anyone with basic knowledge of what to look for. And medical practitioners could be educated about the warning signs of financial or family problems that might drive patients toward desperate choices, I added. We often see the physical symptoms of stress without recognising their underlying causes. The more we discussed these possibilities, the more feasible they seemed. London's vast network of professional services, charitable organisations and social institutions could potentially be organised into a comprehensive system for early identification and intervention in personal crises. Yet I also recognise the challenges involved in creating such a system. It would require unprecedented cooperation between different types of organisations, significant changes in how problems were understood and addressed, and probably new forms of training for the various professionals who might serve as frontline observers. It would be a long-term project, Holmes acknowledged, but Morrison's case suggests that the potential benefits could be enormous, not just in terms of preventing crime, but in reducing human suffering and strengthening the social fabric of the community. As the fire burned lower and the evening grew late, I found myself thinking about the broader implications of our discussion. If Holmes was correct about the possibility of preventive intervention, it suggested a very different approach to law enforcement and social policy than currently existed. Instead of waiting for problems to manifest as crimes and then applying punishment, society might develop systems for identifying and addressing problems before they reach that point. Such an approach would require a fundamental shift in perspective, from reactive punishment to proactive support. The challenges would be significant, but so would the rewards. Every individual whose life was stabilised before reaching the point of desperation would represent not just personal salvation, but social gain. Families would remain intact, communities would be strengthened, and the resources currently devoted to law enforcement and incarceration could be redirected toward more constructive purposes. Watson, Holmes said as he prepared to retire for the evening, I believe our journey to Scotland may have been more significant than we initially realised. Morrison's case has opened up entirely new possibilities for applying analytical methods to human problems. Do you think we might actually attempt to implement some of these ideas? I think we must at least try. The opportunity to prevent suffering rather than merely document it after the fact is too valuable to ignore. As I made my own preparations for sleep, I reflected on how our simple railway journey had evolved into something far more complex and meaningful than either of us had anticipated. What had begun as a routine trip to assist with a police matter in Scotland had become a revelation about the nature of human desperation and the possibilities for compassionate intervention. Morrison's elaborate escape plan had demonstrated both the creativity that desperation could inspire and the ultimate futility of trying to solve fundamental problems through deception. His downfall had come not from any failure of technique, but from the persistence of human emotional attachments that could not be disguised or discarded. The solution to his case had required not just analytical skill, but genuine understanding of human psychology and the wisdom to recognize that justice could be served through rehabilitation as well as punishment. Holmes's approach had demonstrated that detection at its finest involves seeing not just what has happened, but what might be possible. Sleep came gradually that night, but it was peaceful sleep, untroubled by the usual anxieties that often followed our more violent cases. The mystery of the Midnight Express had been solved, but more importantly, it had opened up new possibilities for using our abilities in service of human welfare rather than merely criminal justice. In the days that followed our return from Scotland, I found myself paying closer attention to the various signs of distress that appeared in my medical practice. Patients whose physical symptoms seemed to stem from financial worries, family problems, or other social stresses received not just medical treatment, but gentle inquiries about whether they might benefit from other forms of assistance. It was a small beginning, but several patients did accept referrals to charitable organisations or legal aid societies that might help address their underlying problems. In each case, I felt the satisfaction of providing genuinely comprehensive care rather than merely treating symptoms. Holmes, meanwhile, began developing what he called his early intervention protocols, systematic approaches to identifying and assessing individuals who might be at risk of making desperate choices. He studied the warning signs that had been present in Morrison's case and began to develop more general principles for recognizing similar patterns in other situations. The work was challenging and often speculative, but it provided an engaging application for Holmes's analytical abilities during periods when criminal cases were scarce. More importantly, it offered the possibility of preventing problems rather than merely solving them after the fact. Several weeks after our return from Scotland, we received an unexpected letter from Inspector MacDougall with an update on Morrison's progress. The news was encouraging. Morrison had successfully negotiated a repayment plan for his original embezzlement. His relationship with his wife was gradually improving, and he had found legitimate employment that utilised his knowledge of railway operations. Most remarkably, MacDougall wrote, Morrison has approached the railway company about improving their security procedures to prevent the kind of unauthorised train transfers he used in his escape. His insider knowledge of the system's vulnerabilities is being put to constructive use. This development provided a perfect example of how destructive knowledge and skills could be redirected toward positive purposes. Morrison's intimate understanding of railway operations, which had enabled his elaborate escape, was now being used to prevent others from exploiting the same vulnerabilities. It's a form of rehabilitation through contribution, Holmes observed, when I shared the letter with him. Morrison is able to make amends not just through repayment of stolen funds, but through helping to improve the system he once exploited. The letter also mentioned that Morrison had become an advocate for other individuals facing similar financial and legal difficulties, sharing his experience as a cautionary tale while also demonstrating that recovery and redemption were possible even after serious mistakes. He's become precisely the kind of early intervention resource we were discussing, I noted. Someone who can recognise the warning signs because he has experienced them himself, and who can offer hope because he has successfully navigated the path from desperation to redemption. As autumn deepened into winter, and London settled into its familiar patterns of fog and coal smoke, Holmes and I continued to develop our ideas about preventive intervention while also handling our usual caseload of criminal investigations. The contrast between reactive detective work and proactive prevention became increasingly apparent, reinforcing our conviction that both approaches had important roles to play. Our discussion of Morrison's case had also deepened my appreciation for the complexity of human motivation and the multiple factors that contribute to individual choices. People rarely choose desperate measures simply because they are inherently criminal. More often, they are driven by circumstances that seem to offer no other alternatives. Understanding this complexity required not just analytical skill, but genuine empathy. The ability to see situations from the perspective of those involved, rather than merely as external observers. Morrison's story had demonstrated that even elaborate criminal schemes could be motivated by love and loyalty as much as by selfishness or greed. This recognition had implications that extended far beyond our detective work. In my medical practice, in Holmes's criminal investigations, and in our daily interactions with the people of London, we were constantly encountering individuals whose behaviour reflected complex mixtures of choice and circumstance, wisdom and desperation, strength and vulnerability. The challenge was to develop the insight necessary to recognise these complexities and the wisdom to respond appropriately. Sometimes that response involved prosecution and punishment, but sometimes it involved understanding and assistance. The key was learning to distinguish between situations that required different approaches. As Christmas approached and Baker Street took on the festive atmosphere that characterised London during the holiday season, I found myself reflecting on the gifts that our Scottish adventure had provided. We had solved an intriguing mystery and helped a desperate man find a path toward redemption. But we had also gained new understanding of our own capabilities and responsibilities. The case of the Midnight Express had reminded us that detection at its finest serves not just to expose wrongdoing, but to understand the human condition in all its complexity. It had shown us that analytical methods could be applied to prevention as well as solution, and that justice could be served through rehabilitation as well as punishment. Most importantly, it had demonstrated that even the most elaborate mysteries often resolved into fundamentally human stories of love, loyalty, fear, and hope. Morrison's escape plan had been ingenious, but his motivation had been simple: the desire to escape an unbearable situation while remaining connected to those he loved. On Christmas Eve, as Holmes and I sat by our fire sharing a quiet evening and reflecting on the year's cases, I found myself particularly grateful for the lessons learned from our journey to Scotland. The mystery had been solved, the human problems had been addressed, and our understanding of both detection and human nature had been significantly enriched. "Watson," Holmes said as he refilled his pipe, "do you ever wonder what Morrison is doing tonight? Whether he's spending Christmas with his family, whether the reconciliation is proceeding successfully?" "I hope he is," I replied. "His story deserves a happy ending, and from Inspector McDougall's reports, it seems he's earning one through honest effort and genuine repentance. Indeed, it's a reminder that some of our most satisfying cases are those where everyone involved emerges better than they began." As midnight approached and Christmas Day began, I thought about the various forms of transformation we had witnessed during our adventure. Morrison's multiple identity changes had been external and ultimately unsustainable, but his eventual return to authentic self-expression had enabled genuine personal growth and restored relationships. The train journey itself had been transformative as well, carrying us not just from London to Scotland, but from a relatively simple understanding of detective work to a more complex appreciation of its possibilities. We had boarded the Midnight Express as investigators. We had returned as something more like healers. In the quiet of Christmas morning, with London temporarily peaceful, under a light covering of snow, I found myself grateful for the partnership that had made such growth possible. Holmes's analytical brilliance combined with his growing capacity for human understanding. My medical training enhanced by deeper insight into the social dimensions of health and illness, together we had become more effective than either could have been alone. The case of the Midnight Express to Edinburgh had ended, but its lessons continued to influence our approach to both detective work and daily life. We had learned that the most profound mysteries are often those involving human motivation, and that the most satisfying solutions are those that address underlying problems rather than merely their symptoms. As I conclude this extended journal entry, many months after our Scottish adventure, I can report that Morrison's rehabilitation has continued successfully. He has completed his restitution payments, restored his relationship with his family, and become a valued advocate for others facing similar challenges. Inspector McDougall has implemented several of the security improvements Morrison suggested, and the railway company has established procedures for identifying and assisting passengers who appear to be in distress. Small steps, perhaps, but ones that might prevent other desperate individuals from feeling that elaborate deceptions offer their only hope for escape. Holmes and I have continued to develop our ideas about preventive intervention, and while progress has been gradual, we have succeeded in helping several individuals address serious problems before they reach the point of desperation. Each case has reinforced our conviction that detection serves its highest purpose when it enables healing rather than merely punishment. The Midnight Express continues its regular service between London and Edinburgh, carrying passengers through the night toward whatever destinations await them. Most arrive safely and without incident, but occasionally the train carries someone like Morrison, desperate, frightened, and convinced that deception offers the only path forward. When such cases arise, I hope they will encounter the kind of understanding and assistance that help transform Morrison's story from tragedy to redemption. For in the end, that may be the most important lesson of our Scottish adventure, that human problems, however complex, can often be solved through a combination of analytical insight and compassionate intervention. The rhythmic clatter of wheels on rails no longer reminds me just of comfortable travel, but of the constant motion of human lives toward unknown destinations. Some journeys are smooth and predictable. Others involve desperate leaps between moving trains in the darkness. But all deserve to reach their destinations safely, with dignity intact and hope preserved for whatever new beginnings may await. The mystery of the Midnight Express to Edinburgh was solved through careful observation and logical deduction, but its true resolution came through the recognition that every human story deserves the possibility of redemption. In helping Morrison find that possibility, we discovered that detection at its finest serves not just justice, but mercy, not just order, but healing. As I set down my pen and prepare to close this journal entry, I'm reminded once again of how a simple train journey can become a voyage of discovery that changes not just our understanding of specific problems, but our approach to the fundamental challenges of human existence. The Midnight Express carried us to Scotland and back, but more importantly, it carried us toward a deeper appreciation of our responsibilities to each other and the possibilities for using our gifts in service of human flourishing. In that sense, perhaps we are all passengers on some great express train, carrying us through the darkness toward destinations we cannot fully foresee, but hoping that when morning comes, we will find ourselves in a place of greater understanding, deeper compassion, and renewed hope for the journey that lies ahead. Yet as I sit here now, pen in hand, I realise that my account of that remarkable journey has only scratched the surface of what actually transpired during those fateful hours aboard the Midnight Express. The bare facts of Morrison's disappearance and Holmes's brilliant deduction tell only part of the story. The deeper truth lies in the countless small observations, the gradual accumulation of evidence, and the slow process by which seemingly impossible events reveal themselves to be entirely explicable once viewed from the proper perspective. To truly understand what happened that night, I must return to the beginning and recount the events with the careful attention to detail that Holmes himself would bring to such a narrative. For it was in those details, the precise timing of sounds, the specific pattern of footprints, the exact nature of the evidence left behind, that the key to solving our mystery ultimately resided. The fog that evening was indeed particularly thick, but what I failed to mention in my earlier account was how it seemed to transform the very nature of our journey from the moment we left London. Visibility from the train windows was virtually nil, creating an almost submarine-like sensation as we moved through the night landscape. This atmospheric peculiarity would prove crucial to understanding how Morrison managed his seemingly impossible escape. Holmes had noticed the fog's density immediately, commenting as we settled into our compartments that such conditions provided excellent cover for activities that might otherwise be observed and reported. At the time, I assumed he was speaking generally about criminal behaviour, but I now realise he was already considering the specific advantages such weather might offer to someone planning a carefully orchestrated disappearance. The passenger manifest that Holmes had studied so carefully revealed several intriguing details about our fellow travellers that became significant only in retrospect. In addition to Morrison travelling under his assumed identity of Reginald Hartwell, the sleeping car carried a small but diverse group of individuals whose presence would complicate our investigation in unexpected ways. There was Mrs. Abernathy, an elderly widow travelling to visit her daughter in Glasgow, whose chronic insomnia would make her an unwitting witness to some of the night's crucial events. Mr. and Mrs. Pemberton, a middle-aged couple returning from their honeymoon in Paris, whose romantic preoccupations would render them oblivious to the drama unfolding around them. Colonel Fitzpatrick, a retired military officer whose precise habits and attention to detail would provide some of our most reliable testimony about the evening's timeline. And then there was Miss Sarah Whitman, a young governess travelling to take up a position with a family in Edinburgh, whose nervous disposition and tendency towards sleepwalking would initially make her a suspect in Morrison's disappearance, before ultimately providing crucial evidence for his innocence. Holmes had catalogued these individuals with his characteristic thoroughness, noting not just their names and stated destinations, but also their apparent emotional states, their interactions with the train staff, and the subtle details of dress and behaviour that might prove relevant to any investigation that might arise. "One never knows, Watson," he had observed as we prepared for sleep, when seemingly random fellow passengers might become crucial witnesses to unexpected events. The art of detection often lies not in discovering extraordinary clues, but in recognising the significance of ordinary observations when they are placed in the proper context. His words proved prophetic in ways neither of us could have anticipated at the time. The sound that awakened me, that muffled thump followed by what might have been a cry, occurred at precisely 2:17 in the morning, according to the pocket watch I consulted immediately upon awakening. This timing would prove crucial to our understanding of subsequent events, though its significance wasn't apparent until much later in our investigation. What I failed to mention in my earlier account was that the sound was not entirely isolated. Over the next several minutes, as I lay listening in the darkness of my compartment, I detected a series of subtle noises that suggested movement and activity somewhere in the sleeping car. There was the faint creak of floorboards under careful footsteps, the barely audible sound of a door being opened and closed with deliberate quiet, and what might have been whispered conversation too low and distant to make out clearly. These sounds were so subtle that I initially dismissed them as the normal settling noises of a train in motion, combined perhaps with the movements of passengers making nocturnal visits to the facilities. It was only when Holmes's investigation revealed the true nature of the night's events that I understood the significance of what I had heard. When I rose to investigate and encountered Holmes already dressed and alert in the corridor, I noticed several details that hadn't seemed important at the time, but which took on new meaning in light of subsequent discoveries. The gas lamps in the corridor had been turned down lower than usual, creating pools of shadow that would provide excellent concealment for anyone moving about the car with stealth. The air carried a faint scent of tobacco smoke, but of a different variety than the cigarettes and pipe tobacco typically favoured by English travellers. Most significantly, Holmes had been awake and dressed for some time before our encounter in the corridor. His hair was perfectly arranged, his clothing showed no signs of having been hastily donned, and his manner suggested alert observation rather than recent awakening. This indicated that whatever had disturbed me had awakened Holmes much earlier, and that he had been conducting his own quiet investigation for some time before I joined him. "You've been awake for a while," I observed as we stood outside Morrison's compartment. "Indeed. The initial disturbance occurred some 20 minutes ago, followed by a series of smaller sounds that suggested deliberate movement and activity. I've been conducting a preliminary reconnaissance of the situation." "And what have you discovered?" Holmes's expression was grave as he gestured toward the silent compartment. enough to confirm that Mr. Hartwell's absence is not the result of a simple visit to another part of the train. The pattern of sounds, the timing of events, and certain physical evidence I've observed all point to a planned disappearance, rather than an impulsive departure. As Holmes worked to open the compartment lock, I noticed that his hands moved with particular care and precision, suggesting that he was already treating the space as a potential crime scene requiring careful preservation of evidence. This level of caution proved prescient when we discovered the chaos within. The scene inside Morrison's compartment was even more complex than I initially described. The scattered papers included not just the unfinished letters I mentioned, but also what appeared to be fragments of a detailed plan or schedule written in a cipher that Holmes immediately recognised as a simple substitution code. Our Mr. Hartwell was more methodical in his preparations than his emotional letters might suggest, Holmes observed, as he examined the coded papers. This appears to be a timeline for his disappearance, including specific notations about train schedules, track layouts, and what I believe are references to alternative transportation arrangements. The broken pocket watch, upon closer examination, revealed additional evidence of deliberate destruction. The crystal had been shattered with a small hammer or similar tool, rather than through accidental impact, and the hands had been carefully positioned at 2:17 before the mechanism was disabled. He wanted to leave a precise record of his departure time, Holmes noted. But for what purpose? Insurance claims? Establishing an alibi for his new identity? Or perhaps simply as a memorial to the moment when Reginald Hartwell ceased to exist? The theatrical makeup and disguise materials were more extensive than I had initially realised. In addition to false whiskers and hair dye, Morrison had prepared spirit gum, nose putty, and various pigments that would allow for significant alteration of facial features. There were also several sets of eyeglasses with different prescriptions, suggesting that even his apparent vision problems might have been part of his disguise. This level of preparation suggests someone with considerable experience in theatrical transformation, Holmes observed. Either Morrison has natural talent for such work, or he has received instruction from someone with professional expertise in stage makeup. The muddy windowsill that had so puzzled us initially revealed additional secrets upon more careful examination. The soil was indeed Scottish in origin, but it also contained traces of coal dust and iron filings that suggested contact with railway equipment. Most intriguingly, embedded in the mud were several strands of rope fibre that matched no cordage visible anywhere in the passenger compartment. Our disappearing passenger appears to have used climbing equipment during his escape, Holmes concluded. The rope fibres suggest a planned descent from the window, rather than the simple leap we initially considered. As dawn broke over the Scottish countryside and our train continued its steady progress toward Edinburgh, Holmes's investigation of the compartment revealed layer upon layer of careful preparation that transformed Morrison's disappearance from an impulsive act of desperation into a masterpiece of advanced planning. Hidden beneath the compartment's wash basin, Holmes discovered a small waterproof packet containing additional identity documents, a significant sum of money in various currencies, and what appeared to be detailed maps of the Scottish border country, marked with notations about railway schedules and freight train routes. Morrison has been planning this transformation for months, possibly years, Holmes observed as he examined the hidden materials. The level of detail in these preparations suggests someone with both the time and resources to research every aspect of his planned disappearance. The maps were particularly revealing, showing not just passenger railway routes, but also the parallel freight lines that ran through the same territory. Specific locations were marked where the tracks ran close enough together to make transfer between trains theoretically possible, though extraordinarily dangerous. Here, Holmes pointed to a section of the map marked with red ink. Approximately 30 miles south of our current position, the northbound freight route runs within 20 feet of the passenger line for nearly half a mile. A desperate man with climbing equipment and precise timing might indeed transfer from one moving train to another. The conductor Macready's testimony, when we questioned him more thoroughly, revealed additional details that supported Holmes's emerging theory about Morrison's escape method. The train had indeed passed through the marked section during the early morning hours, and Macready recalled feeling a slight vibration through the car that was different from the normal motion of train travel. felt almost like something heavy had landed on the roof, Macready reported. But it was only for a moment, and with the fog and darkness, I couldn't see anything unusual when I looked out the windows. Colonel Fitzpatrick, whose military background had trained him to notice details others might miss, provided additional confirmation of unusual activity during the night. From his compartment near the front of the sleeping car, he had observed lights moving along the parallel freight line during the early morning hours. Looked like a lantern or torch being signalled, the colonel reported. Couldn't make out details through the fog, but the pattern was too regular to be accidental. Someone was definitely communicating with someone else. Mrs. Abernathy, despite her elderly frailty, proved to be an unexpectedly observant witness to the night's events. Her insomnia had kept her awake and alert, and her compartment's position gave her a clear view of the corridor throughout the crucial period. "I saw Mr. Hartwell leave his compartment around 2:00, she reported. He was carrying something heavy, a bag or bundle of some sort, but he wasn't heading toward the facilities or the dining car. He went toward the rear of the train, toward the baggage compartment." This testimony provided the missing link in Holmes's reconstruction of Morrison's escape. The baggage compartment at the rear of the sleeping car had external access hatches that could be opened from inside, providing a route to the exterior of the train without passing through areas monitored by the conductor. Holmes's examination of the baggage compartment revealed clear evidence of recent use. The external hatch showed signs of having been opened from within, and the floor near the access point was marked with the same Scottish soil we had found in Morrison's compartment. He used the baggage compartment as his staging area, Holmes explained as we examined the evidence. From here, he could access the exterior of the train and make his way to the roof for the transfer to the freight train. The rope fibres we had found in the mud told the rest of the story. Morrison had lowered himself from the baggage compartment to the coupling between cars, then used climbing equipment to reach the roof of the train. From there, he had waited for the precise moment when the freight train on the parallel track was close enough for him to make his desperate leap. The timing would have been critical, Holmes noted. Too early and he would miss the freight train entirely. Too late, and the trains would have diverged again, making the transfer impossible. He must have studied the schedules and track layouts extensively to identify the exact moment when such a transfer would be feasible. The theatrical makeup and disguise materials now made perfect sense as well. Morrison would have needed to complete his transformation from Reginald Hartwell to his new identity during the journey on the freight train, emerging at his destination as an entirely different person. The broken pocket watch was his signal to begin the operation, Holmes concluded. By smashing it at exactly 2:17, he marked the moment when Reginald Hartwell would cease to exist and his new identity would be born. As our train pulled into Edinburgh's Waverley station, Holmes had reconstructed Morrison's escape with such precision that we were able to predict exactly which freight train he had boarded and where it would have taken him. Inspector McDougall's investigation of the railway yards confirmed every detail of Holmes's deduction. The freight car that had carried Morrison to Edinburgh showed clear evidence of human occupancy, exactly as Holmes had predicted. The disguise materials, the discarded clothing, and the complete set of new identity documents were all found precisely where Holmes's analysis had suggested they would be. The most remarkable aspect of Morrison's plan, Holmes observed, as we examined the evidence in the railway yard, was not its complexity but its simplicity. By using existing transportation infrastructure and timing his movements to coincide with normal freight operations, he created an escape route that was both effective and nearly invisible. Inspector McDougall's capture of Morrison, now calling himself William Macpherson, near his family's home in Edinburgh provided the final confirmation of Holmes's deductions. When confronted with the evidence of his elaborate escape, Morrison freely admitted to the entire scheme. "I knew it was only a matter of time before someone figured out what I'd done," Morrison confessed. "Mr. Holmes's reputation for solving impossible cases is well known. I suppose I should be honoured that my little disappearing act provided him with such an interesting puzzle." Morrison's confession revealed the full extent of his preparations, which had indeed taken months of careful planning. He had studied railway schedules, practised with climbing equipment, and even taken lessons in stage makeup from a retired actor in London. The entire scheme had been designed to allow him to escape his debts and start fresh while remaining near his beloved family. The irony, Morrison reflected, is that in trying so hard to disappear completely, I made my presence more obvious than if I had simply walked away quietly. The elaborate nature of my escape was itself a clue to my true intentions. Holmes listened to this confession with the careful attention he brought to all aspects of human behaviour. When Morrison had finished his account, my friend leaned forward with an expression of genuine curiosity. "What intrigues me most about your scheme, Mr. Morrison, is not the technical details of its execution, but the psychological complexity of its motivation. You went to extraordinary lengths to escape your problems, yet you couldn't bear to escape completely from those you loved. That contradiction ultimately made your capture inevitable." Morrison nodded sadly. "I thought I could have both. Freedom from my past and proximity to my family. I didn't realise until too late that those goals were fundamentally incompatible." The resolution of Morrison's case, as I have already described, proved far more satisfying than the typical conclusion of our criminal investigations. Inspector McDougall's compassionate approach to sentencing, combined with Morrison's evident remorse and his employer's willingness to accept gradual restitution, created the possibility for genuine rehabilitation rather than mere punishment. But what I found most remarkable about the case was the way it challenged our understanding of the relationship between detection and justice. Holmes's brilliant solution to the mystery of Morrison's disappearance could have led to harsh punishment and family destruction. Instead, it opened the door to redemption and restoration. "Sometimes," Holmes observed as we prepared to return to London, "the most important skill a detective can possess is knowing when not to pursue every available avenue of prosecution. Justice is best served when it creates opportunities for positive change, rather than simply documenting past failures." The train journey back to London provided ample time for reflection on the case and its broader implications. As the Scottish countryside rolled past our windows in the clear light of day, I found myself thinking about the nature of identity and the possibility of genuine transformation. Morrison's theatrical disguises and false papers had enabled him to appear to be different people, but they had not changed his fundamental character or values. His love for his family had persisted through all his deceptions, ultimately drawing him back to Edinburgh despite the risks. This constancy of deep feeling, even in the midst of elaborate lies, suggested that some aspects of human nature are indeed unchangeable, or at least resistant to conscious manipulation. Morrison could alter his appearance and his name, but he could not alter his heart. There was something both humbling and encouraging in this recognition. Humbling because it suggested limits to our ability to simply reinvent ourselves at will, encouraging because it confirmed that the most important aspects of our humanity, our capacity for love, loyalty and genuine connection, are not easily destroyed even by our own worst choices. The case also provided insights into the relationship between desperation and creativity. Morrison's escape plan had required remarkable ingenuity, precise timing, and considerable physical courage. These same qualities, directed toward legitimate goals, might well have enabled him to solve his financial problems through conventional means. "It's curious," I observed to Holmes as our train approached London, "how often criminal behaviour represents the misdirection of genuine talents rather than their absence." Morrison possessed exactly the skills needed to succeed in legitimate enterprise: careful planning, attention to detail, willingness to take calculated risks. He simply applied them to the wrong purposes. Holmes nodded thoughtfully, which suggests that effective crime prevention might focus more on redirecting talents than on suppressing them. Society benefits more from transforming criminal energy into productive activity than from simply containing or punishing it. This insight would prove influential in our subsequent work, leading us to pay closer attention to the underlying motivations and capabilities of those involved in our cases. Sometimes the most effective resolution involved helping people find legitimate outlets for their abilities rather than simply stopping their illegal activities. As we settled back into our familiar routines at Baker Street, I found myself grateful for the lessons learned during our Scottish adventure. The case had demonstrated that detection at its finest involves not just solving puzzles, but understanding the human condition in all its complexity. Morrison's story was ultimately one of love overcoming fear, authenticity triumphing over deception, and the possibility of redemption even after serious moral failure. These themes resonated far beyond the specific circumstances of his case, touching on fundamental questions about human nature and the possibility of positive change. The weeks that followed our return brought regular updates on Morrison's progress, each one confirming that his commitment to rehabilitation was genuine and sustained. His work with the railway company to improve security procedures demonstrated that his intimate knowledge of the system's vulnerabilities could be put to constructive use. More importantly, his gradual reconciliation with his family showed that damaged relationships could indeed be repaired through honest effort and genuine remorse. His wife Margaret's initial skepticism gave way to cautious hope as Morrison demonstrated through consistent behaviour that his commitment to honesty was real. The most difficult part, Morrison wrote in one of his letters to us, is learning to live without deception after years of maintaining elaborate fictions. Truth requires a different kind of courage than lies, but it's ultimately far less exhausting. His children, who'd been too young to fully understand their father's original disappearance, gradually came to accept the man he was becoming, rather than judging him solely by his past mistakes. Their capacity for forgiveness provided both motivation and validation for Morrison's efforts at transformation. The case also had lasting impact on our approach to future investigations. Holmes began to pay closer attention to the underlying social and economic factors that contributed to criminal behaviour, recognising that effective solutions often required addressing root causes rather than simply documenting symptoms. Every crime tells a story about the conditions that made it seem necessary or attractive, Holmes observed during one of our evening discussions. Understanding those conditions is often more important than simply identifying the perpetrator. This perspective led to several cases where our investigation revealed systemic problems that required broader solutions than individual prosecution. Employers whose unfair practices drove employees to embezzlement, landlords whose exploitation pushed tenants toward desperate measures, financial institutions whose predatory lending created cycles of debt and deception, all became subjects for our attention and intervention. The skills that made Holmes a brilliant detective, careful observation, logical analysis, and systematic investigation, proved equally valuable for identifying and addressing social problems before they manifested as criminal behaviour. Prevention required the same methodical approach as solution, but with different goals and methods. As spring arrived in London and the anniversary of our Scottish journey approached, I found myself reflecting on how much our understanding of both detection and justice had evolved since that foggy night when we boarded the midnight express to Edinburgh. What had begun as a routine consultation with Edinburgh police had become a masterclass in the complexity of human motivation and the possibility of redemptive justice. Morrison's case had challenged our assumptions about crime and punishment, while demonstrating the potential for creative solutions to seemingly intractable problems. The case had also deepened my appreciation for Holmes's unique combination of analytical brilliance and human insight. His solution to the mystery of Morrison's disappearance had been intellectually satisfying, but his compassionate response to Morrison's situation had been morally inspiring. The finest detection, Holmes had observed, serves not just to expose what has been hidden, but to illuminate possibilities for positive change. When investigation leads to transformation rather than merely punishment, it fulfills its highest purpose. 1 year after our journey to Scotland, we received an unexpected invitation to visit Morrison and his family in Edinburgh. His transformation had been so complete, and his rehabilitation so successful, that he had been appointed to a position with the Scottish Railway Authority, where his expertise in security matters was highly valued. The reunion was deeply moving, providing tangible evidence that our investment in Morrison's redemption had been justified. His family was prosperous and happy, his career was flourishing, and his reputation in the community was entirely positive. Most remarkably, he had become an advocate for criminal justice reform, using his own experience to argue for approaches that emphasized rehabilitation over retribution. Mr. Holmes's investigation saved my life, Morrison told us during our visit, but not in the way either of us expected at the time. By solving the mystery of my disappearance, he forced me to confront the reality that deception could never provide lasting solutions to my problems. That confrontation was the beginning of genuine change. Standing in Morrison's comfortable Edinburgh home, surrounded by evidence of his successful rehabilitation, I felt a profound sense of satisfaction that was different from anything our criminal cases had ever provided. Here was proof that detection could indeed serve healing rather than merely justice, transformation rather than merely punishment. The conversation during our visit ranged over many topics, but inevitably returned to the lessons learned from Morrison's case and their broader implications for society's approach to crime and punishment. Morrison's insights, gained from personal experience of both criminal behaviour and successful rehabilitation, were particularly valuable. The key insight, he reflected, is that most criminal behaviour represents problem-solving gone wrong rather than genuine moral failure. People choose illegal activities because they seem to offer solutions to pressing problems, not because they enjoy doing wrong. This perspective suggested that effective crime prevention required providing better alternatives rather than simply threatening punishment for bad choices. If people could find legitimate ways to solve their problems, they would generally prefer those to illegal alternatives. Society spends enormous resources on detecting and punishing crime after it occurs, Morrison observed, but relatively little on understanding and addressing the conditions that make crime seem attractive or necessary in the first place. Holmes listened to these observations with the careful attention he brought to all forms of evidence, recognising that Morrison's personal experience provided insights that no amount of theoretical analysis could match. "Your experience suggests," Holmes said, "that the most effective crime prevention might involve systematic attention to the kinds of problems that drive people toward desperate measures: financial pressures, family crises, social isolation, lack of legitimate opportunities for advancement." The discussion continued well into the evening, covering topics that range from specific policy recommendations to fundamental questions about human nature and the possibility of change. Morrison's transformation from desperate criminal to respected citizen provided a powerful example of the potential for redemption, but also raised questions about how such transformations might be encouraged more systematically. As we prepared to return to London the next morning, Morrison presented us with a gift that captured the essence of what his case had taught us. It was a photograph of his family taken on the anniversary of his successful rehabilitation, but mounted in a frame made from pieces of the original pocket watch he had smashed on the train, transformed from an instrument of deception into a symbol of renewal. "Time stopped for me on that train," Morrison explained, "but it also began again. The broken watch represents both the end of my old life and the beginning of my new one. I wanted you to have this reminder that even the most shattered situations can sometimes be repaired and given new purpose." The journey back to London provided ample opportunity for reflection on all that had transpired since our original trip to Scotland. The physical route was the same, but our understanding of the territory, both geographical and moral, had been transformed by our experiences. Holmes spent much of the journey absorbed in writing detailed notes about Morrison's case and its implications for future investigations. His systematic mind was clearly working to extract general principles from specific experiences, developing theoretical frameworks that might guide similar cases in the future. "Morrison's case represents a new category of investigation," he observed, as we approached London. "Not criminal detection in the traditional sense, but what we might call redemption facilitation, using analytical methods to create opportunities for positive transformation, rather than simply exposing wrongdoing." The possibility of applying detective skills to such purposes was intriguing, though I wondered about the practical challenges of implementing such an approach on any significant scale. Individual cases like Morrison's could be handled through personal intervention, but broader application would require systematic changes in how society approached crime and punishment. It would require training law enforcement officers to recognise opportunities for rehabilitation rather than focusing exclusively on prosecution, I observed, and it would require social institutions capable of providing the support necessary for genuine transformation. Holmes nodded thoughtfully. "Both possible, given sufficient will and resources. Morrison's case demonstrates that the potential benefits, in terms of human happiness and social welfare, could be enormous. As our train pulled into King's Cross Station and we prepared to resume our London routines, I felt a sense of completion that was deeply satisfying. The mystery of the Midnight Express had been solved, but more importantly, it had opened new possibilities for understanding the relationship between detection and justice. The case had demonstrated that the most profound mysteries are often those involving human motivation rather than physical evidence, and that the most satisfying solutions are those that create opportunities for positive change rather than simply documenting past failures. Mrs. Hudson welcomed us back to Baker Street with her usual combination of maternal concern and practical efficiency. Over tea and her excellent scones, we shared edited versions of our Scottish adventures, focusing on the intellectual challenge of Morrison's escape method, while omitting the more personal details of his situation. "Another successful case, then?" she inquired, with the knowing smile of someone who had grown accustomed to our irregular schedule and unusual investigations. "Indeed, Mrs. Hudson," Holmes replied, "though perhaps a successful understates the significance of what we accomplished. This case may prove to be one of our most important, not for the complexity of the mystery, but for what it taught us about the possibilities for using detection in service of human healing." As we settled back into our familiar chairs by the fireplace, surrounded by the comfortable disorder of our shared lodgings, I felt grateful for the partnership that had made such growth possible. Our journey to Scotland had been professionally successful, but more importantly, it had deepened our understanding of both human nature and our responsibilities to the community we served. The case of the Midnight Express to Edinburgh had ended, but its influence would continue to shape our approach to detection for years to come. We had learned that the finest investigation serves not just to solve puzzles, but to create possibilities for positive transformation, and that justice at its best enables healing rather than merely punishment. In the quiet of our Baker Street sitting room, with the familiar sounds of London evening settling around us, I reflected on how a simple train journey had become a voyage of discovery that changed not just our understanding of specific problems but our approach to the fundamental challenges of human existence. The mystery had been solved through careful observation and logical deduction, but its true resolution had come through the recognition that every human story deserves the possibility of redemption. In helping Morrison find that possibility, we had discovered that detection at its finest serves not just order, but healing, not just justice, but mercy. As I prepared to conclude this extended journal entry, many months after our Scottish adventure, I am struck by how the lessons learned on the Midnight Express continue to influence our daily work. Every case now receives careful consideration, not just for what crimes may have been committed, but for what underlying problems might be addressed and what opportunities for positive change might be created. The rhythmic clatter of wheels on rails no longer reminds me simply of comfortable travel, but of the constant motion of human lives toward unknown destinations. Some journeys are smooth and predictable, others involve desperate leaps between moving trains in the darkness. But all deserve to reach their destination safely, with dignity intact and hope preserved for whatever new beginnings may await. Morrison's story became a touchstone for our subsequent work, a reminder that even the most elaborate deceptions often conceal fundamentally human motivations, and that the most satisfying resolutions are those that address underlying needs rather than simply punishing surface behaviours. The broken pocket watch, transformed into a frame for a family photograph, sits on our mantelpiece as a constant reminder that time can indeed begin again, that shattered situations can sometimes be repaired and given new purpose, and that detection at its finest creates possibilities for transformation rather than merely documenting past failures. The case is closed, but the lessons continue, and somewhere tonight another train rolls through the darkness carrying passengers toward their own encounters with mystery, transformation, and the endless possibilities of human redemption. In that ongoing journey, we find both the purpose and the satisfaction of our calling as detectors of truth and facilitators of justice in all its forms. The Midnight Express to Edinburgh taught us that every mystery, properly understood, is ultimately a human story waiting to be told with compassion and resolved with wisdom. In that recognition, we find not just the solution to individual cases, but the deeper meaning of our shared commitment to serving the cause of truth and the possibility of human flourishing in all its magnificent complexity.